Endwalker times. We're live with Endwalker, day 1. Technically, it's day 0 because day 1 is tomorrow, but whatever. It's day 1 for me. I'm live. Let's do it. Is it really gonna be this loud? Y'all get to see me play in the tournament. Anyway, now that it's no longer blowing out my eardrums, let's speak to Alphino. The next ship to sail. Alphino is feeling the need to take stock. Oh, I have to read a lot, don't I? John, do you have some time to talk? I'd like to gather everyone in Dawn's respite and together assess the situation in which we find ourselves. Let's do it! Let us take stock of the facts, shall we? The crisis at hand began with the sudden appearance of ominous towers in a multitude of locations throughout the world. Yeah, and your dad's an idiot. Don't forget that part. We have since learned that said structures were brought into being by an organization known as the Telophoroi. I hate that name. The Telophoroi's stated purpose is to recreate the final days of eons past, an apocalyptic event that would result in the destruction of all we hold dear. Already have these towers of theirs been the cause of untold suffering. Countless innocents kidnapped and imprisoned, their faith perverted for primal summonings. And unless we find a way to deal with the corruptive aura surrounding the spires, we can't even get close enough to rescue anyone. Those shielded with the blessing of light seem able to resist being tempered, at least. It's because we technically are! But after what happened to Arenvald and Fordola, we need to be very, very careful about how we proceed. Yet while these threats close to home are of paramount concern, we mustn't lose sight of the situation in Garlemald. As you know, the Telophoroi are under the leadership of Fandaniel, and one other delightful fellow, Xenos Ye Galvus, the Crown Prince, and our dear friend. I hate the fact that he called him that. Oh, thank God. To date, he's reclaimed his old body, murdered Emperor Varus, and plunged Garlemald into an even deeper pit of chaos. The capital has probably seen the worst of it. For a good while there, it saw the bloodiest fighting in the War of Succession. But that's since changed, and in troubling ways. During our reconnaissance, the air was not once rent by the barking of cannons or the cries of discord. 'Twas an eerie fog of silence which did blanket that ruined city. The inhabitants appeared to have been tempered, and with nary a word spoken did they labor to transform the place into a soaring edifice born of nightmares. If they were indeed made thralls, it seems safe to assume that these events, too, were orchestrated by the Telophoroi. An army of primals is awful enough, but in light of recent developments, I fear it is only the prelude to an even greater catastrophe. Yeah! We need to devise a means to counter this threat, and quickly, before our allies are overwhelmed. We will find a way in Charlayan, I am sure of it. Master Fortunal's comments regarding the final days were curious to say the least. The forum knows more than it is letting on. Sorry to interrupt. We've just received word from Mistress Kryl. She says that arrangements for your visit have been finalized. You're to head to Limsa Lominsa and board the next ship bound for Charlayan. Bro, the music is loud. And on arrival, present yourselves as associates of the students of Baldessian. Come to assist with the Order's restoration. The arrangements may be settled, but what of your thoughts? They must race at the prospects of returning home after so long. I am eager to see it, of course. Of course. Ahem. We should set off at once. Sorry. I did it on purpose. Then I'll accompany you to the docks. You need at least one person there to wave and cry and wish you a safe journey. Yeah, we do. Quest accepted! Woo! Can you see the figure? Yeah, you can barely see the figure. Oh. Alright! Speak with Tataru in Limsa Lominsa! I'm gonna miss this place that I haven't been to in forever. So, the world's just abandoned. In the older areas. Oh, I should show my levels, right? I'm almost 71 on Sage. Big Sag. Big Sag. Everyone's here, which is good, because I've already paid for your passage, and the fee is non-refundable. The ship for Charlayan should be pulling into port soon, so please follow me and have all your luggage close at hand. I'll probably be using the trust system for the dungeons, just so they go by quicker. That trust insta-queue, you know.
They've almost finished loading our cargo. We should be ready to depart right on schedule, or so I'm told.
Schedule. I love thinking.
Excellent. 'Tis nice to have a smooth beginning to one's journey, at the very least.
It's funny. Master Louis Soir came here on a ship very much like this one. And now, years later, the street urchin he befriended that day is bound for his mentor's homeland. With his mentor's grandchildren, no less.
Aye. 'Tis upon reflection that every twist of time's river and fate's whims are brought into sharp relief. Thou hast matured much in the intervening years. Wert thou not caught attempting to relieve Master Louisoix of his purse scant moments after he made landfall upon this dock?
Oh, really? Now that's a tale I'd like to hear.
Yeah, me too. Please, say more, Oriange. Please, tell us more.
Will this be your first visit to Charlian, Sir Estinian? Sir Estinian?
Are we strangers newly met? Why this stiff formality?
Estinian! Let's go.
I, merely meant it as a professional courtesy, since we are now colleagues in an official sense.
I'd rather you dispense with the sirs, especially in private company. Or I'll be forced to respond in kind, little Lord Alphino.
You've made your point, Estinian. Painfully well.
Better.
I love Estinian so much.
Are you alright, Tataru? You seem positively distraught.
Bro, she's separating from her friends. Of course she's distraught.
Distraught? Me? Don't be silly. I think it's lovely that they get to see their homeland.
Oh, does Tatara not know where she's from? Is that like a thing?
It's just... we're trying to thwart the schemes of an army hellbent on destroying the world.
Yeah, that's your point.
And, once again, I have to stay behind and worry that this is the last time I'll get to see my friends.
Me in Reaper garb and then glasses.
I'll hold you to that.
I know I shouldn't make promises I can't keep, especially with the way this story always goes, but look, you gotta comfort your friends.
Ah, good. You're still here.
Hori! Kultine! What brings you all this way?
That's definitely a name.
We're to assist the Maelstrom and the Kobolds with a lunar primal operation, so we thought we'd see you off before heading to the tower. Flamine and the others wish you all a safe journey, and promise that they'll look after things here until you return. We will too, of course. Aye, we your fellow Scions of the Seventh Dawn will do our part to ensure the end of the world won't happen on our watch.
I do wish I was playing on a bigger screen, but...
We're set to sail! All aboard for Charlian!
Strident Sailor.
It's time.
Am I allowed to, take that giant scythe on my back and just... With,
Then we must delay no longer.
No, father.
We will contact you the moment we learn aught of value. Wish us luck.
Have a safe journey! And please, please, be careful.
What is this careful you speak of, Tataru? What is this careful you speak of? Everyone except me nodded. I love that. Let's be real, we're never careful. We went into another world and fought, like, Asians and Light Wardens and nearly died. Oh boy, that Shadowbringer story.
And so you venture forth unto the unknown. A fate beyond the horizon that cannot be divined. A future undefined and in flux. In uncertain times, naught but the simplest words of wisdom will suffice. That which lives is destined to die. Love leads to loss. Every beginning has an end. Treasure every moment, every step of your descent.
Nani? What the? Excuse me? Hey, we all recognize that voice. That's the boy. But,
And there, in the depths where souls and stars rest, find your truth.
Excuse me, Square? You got some explaining to do? That's the boy! The big boy, too! It's like right there. I hate the whole. I hate Alphino and Alize's dad. I genuinely do, from the depths of my soul, hate him. Bro, I hope this doesn't take too long, but you know.
Here. Feel.
You know, I would prefer she stops talking into our soul like that. Because it always gives me chills.
The day has barely dawned, my fellow earlier riser.
Not even earlier.
Though we're hardly alone in that. Envious of those still sleeping soundly, no doubt.
Alize and Alphador just... I love those two. They helped me become level 80.
Called out to you, you say? I've heard nothing myself.
Does Graha have the echo?
In any case, I dare say the sea air will do you good. Why not join the others on deck? Charlian should be coming into view at any moment.
I do like it when I don't have to click on the dialogue while they're speaking. It's great because I don't have to actually like focus beyond, you know, their words. Hello, mysterious lady who speaks with a familiar voice.
My voice yet reaches you. I am glad. Hear, feel, think.
That familiar line as well. Oh.
And thus do we meet face to face at last. My warrior of light, guided by the crystal.
We've done known this. They tried to hide it, but we all knew it. Oh, the I can trust your words no longer. Oh. We did find out she's a primal.
You have visited the first. You have every right to say that.
Wow, very understanding.
You have gained an understanding of what I truly am, what Hydaelyn has always been, a primal.
I feel bad.
Zodiac was created to forestall the apocalypse which threatened the ancient world, and I was brought forth to bind him.
Yes, bind, not shatter his very being.
Yet 7 times now, those who would orchestrate a return to that bygone era have rejoined a shard to the god I had sundered. The greater his strength grows, the swifter does mine own diminish. The power to draw your mind into the rift betwixt is no longer mine to wield.
Good.
Yet though it taxes me sorely, I dare not leave these words unsaid.
I'm not the biggest fan of Hydaelyn for a multitude of reasons, as we learned in Shadowbringers.
Even bereft of my guidance, you and your companions have accepted the burden of this star's troubled past. A conjunction has begun to form, an intertwining of your time and mine. Wheels shudder and turn. Conflict looms, monumental, which will decide the fate of this world and all life upon it. When you truly understand what is at stake, and your journey has prepared you to surmount the insurmountable, then shall I honor the promise made in another time, another age.
Cast your peepers to the fore, folks. Sharlian's just over yonder.
I will not keep you further. Your traveler's heart must yearn to behold this unfamiliar land.
Yeah, man, I'm an adventurer.
We shall meet again, and soon.
Oh. Cool, now that we know the lady from 5.5 is Hydaelyn, because it's been confirmed, and it's not like we just knew from the moment she spoke. It's been hard keeping that to myself, by the way. Like, it's so obviously Hydaelyn. The voice, the look, everything just screams primal human lady. Also, the voice is
Oh,
her
what
voice.
a fine morning. Oh, still a bit stiff, though.
And a good morning to you too. Taken a look at the island already?
Nope. Speaking of the primal.
Then let's go. Let's go. Might still be room in the prow if we're lucky.
Ah, the sleepers have arisen. There she is. Good old Sharlian.
Oh, I see it.
Home sweet home.
Home. Home at last. Well, Maybe not in Father's eyes. But we'll manage on our own, if we must.
You do know you're not alone in this, don't you?
Indeed, 'tis as Sir Estinian saith. Forget not the comrades who boarded this ship at your side, I prithee.
Crazy. I love Orionji. Best boy. The way he speaks is just, please don't make
Thank
me
you, my
forget.
friends. We are ever grateful for your steadfast support.
Upon arrival, we will be disembarking into the heart of Sharlayan proper. There is no greater concentration of wisdom in all the world. I am confident that somewhere within that center of knowledge and learning, we will find the answers we seek.
There's a scene we got to see in the trailer, and I really want to see it here, just because of how badass it is. I'm hoping we get to see it today. Endwalker! I do love this game. I love this game a bit too much, but you know.
Sharlayan, the solitary island nation of the northern seas. Where under the watchful gaze of Thaliak, patron deity of scholars, academics hoard all manner of knowledge and secrets. Once, they deigned to accept foreign students into a distant colony maintained in the Dravanian hinterlands. How swiftly they abandoned it once the first Garlean boot set hostile foot on Alamegan soil. So averse to the prosecution of war, these men of wisdom, your would-be allies.
Look, man, we know the Northern Empty, old Sharlayan.
I thought they'd never let us off the ship. What's next then? Entry applications?
Yes.
Hopefully they find no cause to deny us.
I mean, if not, I got a giant-ass scythe on my back, you know. I'm sure I could convince them.
Hasn't Sharlayan all but severed relations with foreign powers? Those of us without direct ties, myself included, may be refused outright.
'Tis true that, as a nation, Sharlayan only forms trade agreements with a select few neutral countries. But from a practical standpoint, an island cannot afford to be overly strict with its borders, especially not if that island's people are wholly devoted to the accumulation of knowledge. If one submits the proper paperwork, with satisfactory evidence of identity and intent, then foreigners may be granted entry.
May.
Quite. So let us be absolutely clear on these points before we proceed. The immigration officer will ask for your affiliation and your purpose of visit. Considering Sharlayan's views on intervention, I strongly suggest we avoid any mention of the Scions. Kral has laid the groundwork for us to act as associates of the students of Baldessian, and our ostensible reason for being here is to aid in their order's restoration. Grahatir, it might expedite our progress should an actual student be seen at the head of our little group. Would you mind leading the way?
Of course. The immigration officers were this way, as I recall. shall we?
I love this. It's like, Graha, you're the actual student of Baldessian. Please lead the way. Damn, it would have been great if we had Moonbreeder.
Greetings. We've just arrived and are eager to make our way into the city. Would you be so kind as to process our entry applications?
Certainly. I see by your mark you are an Archon.
I am. Grahat here of the Students of Baldessian at your service. I was assigned to an Eorzean survey team, but have returned to assist with the reformation of my order. My associates here will provide additional support.
Very good. I have paperwork detailing your group and its scheduled arrival for today. And it seems some few of your companions are also Archons. If you'll step forward, we can process those applications first.
3 Archons?
Ishtola rule.
I love how we don't get to hear the other two.
See how it glows? That list is etherically linked with a citizen registry kept in the main repository.
I've confirmed your status as Archons and amended your travel records accordingly. Welcome home. Now, who do we have here?
Alphino Leveilleur.
And Alizé Leveilleur.
Your applications have also been approved. Having said that, the streets are abuzz with talk of how House Leveilleur's lord disowned his young progeny.
Yeah.
And while such personal circumstances constitute no reason to deny you entry, I urge you to avoid exacerbating your present situation. Times are quite troubled enough already.
Oh boy. I mentioned how I want to take my giant-ass scythe to the man's head, right?
We shall keep that in mind.
These last two are not Sharlayan natives, but you will find their credentials are in order. An application was made in advance.
Name and occupation?
Adventure? Yeah, I'm an adventurer. I just like going places.
An adventurer. Well, I suppose that is considered a valid calling in your native Eorzea, and it does indeed match the profile provided. You may enter.
I really hate this lady now. Nah, kid. Like, I get it. If it's not like a... Different cultures have, like, different, you know... So, I get it.
And you, sir?
Estinian Warmblood.
Estinian Varlino, formerly of the Order of the Knights Dragoon in Ishgard.
Varlino. To change his name.
Formally, at least. And what, pray tell, is your profession now?
He's technically jobless, isn't he?
If you'll allow me... My associate is a mercenary, hired for his strength at arms. Surely you are aware of the dangers we often face on our forays into the wilderness.
Mistress Baldessian, if you insist on sponsoring his entry, then so be it.
Is her last name actually Baldessian? I don't know Kryle's last name, so that might actually just be her last name.
But while I appreciate that desperate times call for desperate measures, I find your choice of company concerning. Be advised that even a single misstep may have severe repercussions for your organization.
I have every confidence in my chosen company, dear and trusted comrades that they are. But I thank you for your concern.
Cryle, it is good to see you.
Likewise. Long voyage notwithstanding, you will seem none the worse for wear. There is much to discuss, but this is hardly the place. Let's be on our way, shall we?
Steady was just like,
oh. Welcome, friends, to Sharlayan.
Yeah.
As your mercenary, I should hope my welcome includes a generous salary.
Well, I had to say something, Sir Taciturn.
Oh my lord, that is too funny! That is too funny! Oh boy, that was funny. I'm glad I spotted your ship coming into port. The officers are born bureaucrats and sticklers for detail. In any case, you may relax and take a moment to get your land legs back. Oh, there it is. Try it. No. Yeah. Enable die preview. Nah, I like the one I have. Kryle sweeps the sides with a speculative look. I had thought to launch directly into an explanation of what I've learned and how we might proceed. But this is John and Estinian's first time in Sharlayan, and for the rest of you, a homecoming that was long overdue. I get the feeling we're gonna go through all the etherite shards. Words. You must have places to which to visit and people you're dying to see. Therefore, I propose we postpone our agenda so that you all may have sufficient time to recover from your journey and get your bearings in the city. Once you've settled in, we can reconvene at the Baldessian Annex. How does that sound? 'Tis a fine suggestion. We may not be welcome at the Levier Estate. as such, but I should like to nose around the neighborhood all the same. I'm equally untethered, as it were. There's no particular place that my kin call home. Still, I would not pass up the opportunity to reacquaint myself with the city. Likewise, a quick tour of our old haunts might even yield some useful gossip. The annex was west of the Aetheryte Plaza, wasn't it? I shall join you there anon. Yes, we'll see you there. I too have places I would be remiss in not visiting forthwith. By thy leave. What of you, Estinian? My services as a guide are yours for the asking. That won't be necessary. Until we reconvene, I prefer to wander as the wind takes me. But I could... Oh. Well, Raha? Would you like to join us then? You've been gone for quite a while, and this would be the perfect way to refresh those dusty old memories of yours. Hey! Hey! Wait a second! Wait a second! This machine is called him old! Wow! I mean, look, I know the dude is like 100+ years old, but like... rude much. Oh, of course, if you will have me. Come, John. Charlene awaits. Charlene. Quest accepted! I won't be doing that for all the quests, just because I found that funny this time. After you, my friend, I'm more than content to follow your lead. Grahatia is now accompanying you. Keep him at your side in order to proceed with quest objectives. You can leave Grahatia behind by entering a different area using the Ethernet or by putting too much distance between you. You can also speak with Grahatia and select the option to part ways. Accompany you again, return and speak with him at the original location. While Grahatia is accompanying you, next try speaking with Cryo. Okay. All set? Then let us be on our way. Our first stop, amusingly enough, will be the Last Stand. It's a cafe on the west side of the harbor. Cryo is also now accompanying you. Lead your two companions to the Last Stand. Speak with Cryo at the designated location. While you're accompanied, you may encounter conversation points along the way, which offer additional topics of discussion. Enter the glowing area and speak with your quest companions to initiate these bonus conversations. Enjoy exploring your surroundings together. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, and the center one itself. And here we are, the Last Stand. May have mentioned this before, but although our research into nutrition and food preparations is quite extensive, the average Charlian tends to regard seasoning and flavor with a certain difference. Excuse me while I go die inside for a bit. Wow, please season your food. How can I put this? The food is, it's bland. As encapsulated by our infamous Archon loaf, the prevailing sentiment towards cuisine is dietary value first, and taste a distant second. I'm dying inside reading this! Help! There was one pupil at the studio, however, who could stomach the school's insipid meals no longer, and so he quit his lessons and poured all his savings into building a proper eatery. And so the Last Stand came to be. It is, as the name implies, the sole dedicated outpost of fine dining in Charlian. The one and only bastion of the culinary arts in an isle of otherwise mediocre fare. Oh, I did not need that that backstory. I seem to recall their burger being hailed as one of the more impressive items on the menu. Not that I ever had the pleasure of eating one myself. Because you were a typical Charlian when it came to cheap and convenient Raha. But surely Tataru has since taught you how to appreciate a well-prepared dish. We should all stop in when time permits and sample the cafe's delights. Shall we press on? The stairs to the side of the cafe there will lead us up to the Aetheryte Plaza. Oh, I'm not supposed to do that. Oops. Because, you know, I don't want to lose them and whatnot. Did they really put up an Aetheryte shard all the way here? I'm sure we'll go to the other, like, areas, but, like, I'm grabbing them as I, you know. 'Cause I want to get through the story. An unusual shape, isn't it? I assure you, however, that it's a perfectly functioning Aetheryte. Remember to tune yourself before we move on. Now, being the diligent tour guide that I am, I should make mention of the Confluence, a research facility located on this very plaza. Its much vaunted discoveries are the reason Charlian stands at the forefront of teleportation technology. In discovering the underlying principles of elegant Aetherites, it allowed us to understand and reconstruct what was essentially a lost art. And off we go to our next destination. Our path leads northeast to the Agora, Charlian's largest marketplace. We're here. Skill speed. Determination is maxed out. Vitality? No. Critical hit! Oh, it needs to be critical hit again. Direct hit rate. Wait, no, return. determination. So 7. That's enough. Welcome to the Agora, where you can find wares made in Charlian, as well as a wide selection of imported goods. They also used to sell questionable prototypes from the various research institutes, but I think that practice has thankfully died out, for the most part. Otherwise, I can think of no better place to suck up for your next big adventure. Am I overselling it? Ahem. On a more serious note, the next stop on our tour is one which has particular relevance to our ultimate purpose here. We must head back to the Aetheryte Plaza, follow the path north, and climb the stairs up to that imposing building at the very top. And of course, because this is a big city, we can't fly. Archon's design. This crash structure before you is the rostrum. The name refers to the original public platform erected here, upon which a forum of elected representatives would deliver orations and debate policy. Although the stage has since evolved into council chambers, the nature of the forum and the duties of its members remain largely unchanged. Am I boring you, Raha? You seem awfully distracted. My apologies. From here on, one can see the entire city spread out below. The vista put me in mind of my arrival in the first. Those who had gathered at the Crystal Tower asked me how they might go about building a new home. Naturally, my answers were all inspired by my knowledge of the finest settlement I could think of. The great city of Charlian. And bit by bit, those few buildings grew into a town, a community, the Crystarium. I could almost see its echo. I see. Feel free to come up here whenever you wish. I don't think the councilors would object to you simply enjoying the view. Such memories should be treasured. For now, however, the tour must go on. Our spectacle of sightseeing concludes with a fittingly named Journey's End. Walk down the stairs to the east and continue straight ahead. We haven't made it to the studio. Ooh, fancy. We're at Journey's End. History tells us that this was where those who put ashore with Archon Neumkrep built their first homes. In the present day, it serves as the residential districts for the most important officials and the oldest Charlian families. You'll see that one mansion is clearly larger than its neighbors. That estate belongs to our friends from House Levier. All things considered, we should probably keep our distance for the time being. And with that, we bring our little Charlian tour to a close. I hope it has proven to be an entertaining and enlightening experience. Now, shall we head directly to the Baldesian Annex? You remember the way, don't you, Raha? Let me think. We head down towards the harbor, cross the bridge to our right, then follow the path below the Etherite Plaza. Correct. After you, John. We don't care for the optional conversation points, please. Now, well, normally I'm just zip using Ethernet, but I'm not allowed to do that. I'm not allowed to do that. I'm not allowed to do that. As a choice, look at Raha's face has undoubtedly informed you. This is the Baldesian Annex. If you continue up the hill, you arrive on the doorsteps of the Phenomenon, but I think we've explored enough for one day. We can take you there another time. Inside with you, then. That's a lot of talking. I'm back, and I brought John and Raha with me. Ah, you were right about the ship then. Hello, Graha. It's nice to see you again. It's a pleasure to finally meet you, John. I've heard many a tale of your exploits. Ojika? Sunjika? It has been an age. Allow me to introduce Ojika Sunjika, Administration Officer for the students of Baldesian. He oversees the day-to-day business of the Annex. The Champion of Eorzea has featured prominently in Cryle and Graha's reports, so for me, this is akin to seeing a fabled hero come to life. It is an honor to make your acquaintance. Ayo, I got a lot of fanboys. This place is like a second home for the students. The Isle of Val served as our main headquarters, of course, but we often had occasion to visit Charlian. Whether to make use of the city's research facilities, attend conferences, or procure supplies from distant shores. And the annex here was built to provide lodgings for our members while we engaged in such activities. Ever since our former headquarters, along with the isle itself, vanished, the annex has served as our base of operations. And yet, it feels so empty. With so many lost to us, our organization is a shell of its former self. The day will come when we will see the students rise again. But first, we must ensure that the Talafaroi fall. Through that door on the left there is the main hall where we can discuss our options moving forward. That sounds like a cutscene. Once everyone arrives, that is. You probably have time to rest before our discussion begins in earnest. She do be right! I've had private quarters prepared for you in the Androd, so please feel free to make yourself at home. Ah, the nap room. Perfect for an afternoon's doze. Oh, I didn't mean to give you the wrong impression. The chambers are quite well appointed, far more so than some cheap roadside inn, you may be assured. So simply that we were often so busy with research or exhausted from journeys abroad that we'd slip into the Andron just to steal a few winks. And thus they became known amongst the students as nap rooms, even if many such naps might last well into the following morning. Say the word, I'll be happy to show you to your chamber. Hopefully the others won't be too long in coming. I'll wait for you all in the main hall. I kind of want to go grab the last Aetheryte shard. So let's go do that, and then with BRB, because we need to stretch. So long, boy string. Whoa! You have attuned yourself to all the Aetheryte shards in Old Charlian. That's it. Cool. Yeah, now you have to double click, but at least it shows it to you on the map. So, you'll know which one you want. But, as I was saying, I'm a BRB, stretch, all that good stuff. See you in a couple minutes. And we're back. Hopefully you all stretched in the intervening minutes. Because God knows when I'm gonna BRB again. There's a mender in here? Oh. Elf troops. Enter the main hall. Sí, por favors. Okay. Feeling refreshed and alert? Our colleagues should be wandering in soon, so I suggest you stay here and wait for them to join us.
Pray forgive me. I was delayed.
It's fine, Urianger. We're all here now.
Let's get down to business then, shall we?
Oh, it seems I'm not the only one who's starting Endwalker today. Kaseki is too. Though he's doing it off screen.
Come what may, we must prevent the Telophoroid's plans from coming to fruition. At present, I see two paths for gathering the information which may aid us in achieving that goal. The first involves an investigation into the change which has come over Sharlayan, not to mention the recent inscrutable behavior of the Forum. As most of you know, the 99 members of the Forum are elected from the general populace. This alone guarantees a plethora of opinion with regards to foreign policy. The bibliotheques, for example, are a group of conservatives which would have Sharlayan focus on recording history, while remaining entirely uninvolved in the making of it. And at the other extreme, we have advocates for proactive diplomacy and direct intervention. My grandfather Galef was one such member, as was Archon Louisois. Yet despite our diverse factions and philosophies, the recent vote to deny Eorzea's request for assistance was unanimous.
Yeah, that's some pretty sus, that's some pretty sus shit.
Even more concerning was the fact that many cited other, more pressing duties as justification for their recalcitrance.
Fortuno's refusal in Gridania had those same undertones. 'Twas as if, having stared unblinking into the face of impending doom, he had simply turned away to pursue something more important. But what could that possibly be?
Yeah. Information's kind of useless when the world is destroyed and you're dead, so I'm very confused on this entire thing. But I feel like there's some,
A mystery indeed, and one which I ask for your help to solve. Our future may depend on it. As for our second potential path, it concerns a request made directly to the students of Baldessian. Our organization was founded primarily to study strange and unexplained phenomena the world over. Mysterious relics and ruins, arcane disturbances, and so forth. Compared to our more isolationist Sharlayan colleagues, we have strong connections overseas, namely with scholars and academics who share our passion for the unknown. The request in question comes from one such acquaintance, Nidana, an alchemist residing in distant Thavnair. Her missive describes the sudden appearance of a tower, and the subsequent summoning of what I can only assume is a lunar primal. In response to this threat, the satrap of Radzat-Han, the individual who governs the city-state, has instructed the alchemists to find a means to deal with the spire.
The artisans of that land are heirs to an ancient tradition, one rather unlike that of their Uldan counterparts. It is possible, nay, probable, that they have gleaned truths unattainable by Eorzea or her Far Eastern allies.
They do, in fact, appear to have a strategy in mind, though it will require further research. To that end, they have requested an introduction to a capable warrior shielded by the blessing of light.
Oh! I guess we're going to Thavnair, too.
Assuming we divide our forces to pursue both of Kral's lines of inquiry, then having you join the group heading to Thavnair would seem the obvious choice. But the investigation in Sharlayan is of vital importance as well. Equal, I think, to the Thavnarian one, given that the fate of the world may hinge on the results of both.
Yes, it is quite the quandary. Though it is a great imposition and an altogether too common one, our efforts would be more likely to succeed were you to lead the charge on both fronts.
Oh, joy! I saw that coming. Each expansion
You are
always
indeed our
begins
champion.
with a split
As to which
questline,
task to
then
tackle
back.
first, we will defer to your decision. Let us next decide how everyone else might best be assigned.
It'll be Sharlayan. That'll be the first one we're doing. Just because that's how it's listed in the questy thingy on console games wiki. Also, I'm already in Sharlayan, so might as well. You know, practicality and whatnot.
As for myself, I shall continue what I've begun in Sharlayan. I should also like to steal the services of an Archon or two.
And thereby gain access to a greater range of reading material. I will help with that.
Allow me to offer my assistance. I have some small amount of experience in the field of research.
Small, you know, just 100 years worth in the first. Nothing too big.
Alize and I would also like to help, if you would have us.
Anything to understand even a fraction of what our father and the Forum might be thinking.
They thinking head empty. Well, they're thinking just head empty.
Of course! The more the merrier.
Right. The rest of us will make the journey to Thavnair.
I'll see you guys there.
Thoughts? Objections?
I passed through Thavnair on my way to infiltrate the Empire, and though I'm not qualified to give a guided tour, I did gain a sense of where things lie.
I'll be happy to have you along then. So for this group, it will be you, me, and Urianger.
Well, someone in my chat just reminded me that I may have a problem later this month. But you know. I need emotes. Anyway.
Give me a moment afterwards, and I'll supply you with all the details of Nadana's request. Consider this hall our rendezvous point once our respective tasks are complete. May our investigations prove fruitful.
Yeah, am I allowed to take the giant scythe on my back and just through, what is it, 99 people? Just... They're clearly, corrupted by the primals and should be, eliminated, you know. They're clearly tempered by the primals and should be eliminated. Yeet. Crow is intent on uncovering the reason behind the forum's inexplicable behavior. Honestly, me too. An unsettling change has come over Charlian, but together we will divide the underlying cause for the forum's... Divide, not divide. As we can clearly see, I have not yet learned how to read out loud. Anyway, the underlying cause for the forum's callousness. As I mentioned before, however, questioning the counselors directly is a fruitless endeavor. They seem to have already come to a consensus as to what and how little they're willing to divulge. Which is why I began scouring Charlene's archive of historical records for any hint of a connection to the final days. Suffice to say, the progress has been slow. There are only so many dusty pages one can skim in a day, but now that I have this band of willing reinforcements, the search should proceed all the swifter. Let us reconvene outside Numenon, shall we? Exit the attic to the right and you'll find the archives on the western edge of the woods. No. Where the hell is June Lake and why am I getting a call from there? Okay, we're gonna turn Do Not Disturb on, because... I am the Reaper Boy! Joined by my friend Ardbert, the Axie Boy. My directions were easy enough to follow, I hope. In any case, you stand now before the doors of Numenon, Charlene's grandest collection of books and tomes. This building is actually only an entrance, and one of many at that. For the archives of Numenon extend deep beneath the surface like the roots of a tree. The vast halls of the great Gubo library pale in comparison to Numenon's endless maze of subterranean chambers. Any citizen of Charlian is free to enter and peruse its shelves. Well, most of its shelves. Only Archons are afforded access to certain restricted vaults. Ayo, Stola, and Graha. We need your help. I dispatched Sola and Raha to investigate those. Meanwhile, Alize and Alfino will help me continue my search through the stacks open to the general public. Your status presents more of a problem. As a non-citizen, you're only permitted to browse the first floor here at the entrance. Even so, there should be a number of books which touch upon Charlian history or foreign policy. Test me to find and study relevant publications. I promise you a working knowledge of those subjects will make it far easier to spot the sort of clues we're looking for. Let us be about it, shall we? I've told the others to meet us at the stone benches over there once they found some promising tomes. Happy reading. The introduction is going to take like 2 days. I'm just meh. Stewards of Wisdom. Please don't actually make me oh. During the chaos of the Sixth Honorable Calamity, Archon Nimkrep, founder of Charlene, bore witness to the madness and savage of men brought to the brink of despair. Upon raising a settlement on an island in the northern empty, he instructed his people thus. Renounce the ways of war and pursue enlightenment through knowledge and reason. The Charlians took to heart the words of their savior, and thenceforth served as stewards of wisdom. Upon a foundation of accumulated learning, they built a homeland unlike any other, a nation born from the strength of minds rather than the strength of arms. With knowledge of economics came shrewd trading, with knowledge of agriculture came bountiful crops, engineering brought wells and sewers, ending squabbles over water. Wealth of expertise could be bartered for wealth in coin, and the more the wisdom spread throughout the world, the more mankind as a whole would thrive. And so it was that no matter the trials and tribulations of the age, the citizens of Charlene would live by their founders' teachings. For the sake of a better tomorrow, for the sake of a brighter star, they would eschew the tools of war, and with knowledge deliver the world. And now they're just saying, fuck all that. Great! Forever 20 summers. Ooh, fancy. My beloved seekers of knowledge, have you ever put learning before your health, and neglect to feed and rest your body as you should? I too once engaged in such foolish practices, but one night engrossed in philosophical study, I had an epiphany. For all the world's mysteries that drive us to reckless abandon, we have so very few years of life in which to achieve our goals. Thus do I share with you this mantra, I am forever 20 summers young. The number itself is unimportant. You could be 19 or 23 or 40. Whatever age you are when you discover this manual, let that be the age you aspire to remain. I am forever 27 summers, apparently. I don't want to be 27 forever. It sucks. Through mindful, healthy living, will you extend the time available to spend upon your chosen research, another day, another moon, another summer, to grasp the greater truths you pursue. In the pages that follow, you'll explore the secrets of maintaining one's physical condition from a biological, ethereological, and arcane viewpoint. This book is on a search for works containing news of the form or mention of history of Charlie. A leather-bound tome is probably it. I'm just gonna skip these. Unless they say tome in the name. The voice of a growing city, yes. In the years which followed the founding of Charlene, the civic policy and other matters of import were decided at the ecclesia, a public forum in which every citizen will speak. As the city's population grew, however, this format became increasingly practical. The larger number of participants gave rise to ever longer debates, resulting in significant delays of vital resolutions. Various measures were introduced in an attempt to curtail protracted discussions. When the year 201 of the Sixth Astral Era, it was ultimately decreed that Charlene would transition to a new form of governance. The nation would now be led by a body of 99 members, citizens chosen from amongst their peers by means of a nationwide vote. Thus was the forum as we know it today conceived and created. Sure? Yeah, the base of Thaliac is divided hinterlands, and Charlian colony once thrived. It was really established as a mere outpost to study the ethereal sea in the year 1311 of the Asset. Terror found the facilities wanting and demands encouraged gradual expansion in structures and services. Spread of a growing community of academics, the area was further inundated with their students hoping to share in the renowned wisdom of the Charlians. They had the forum passed an ocean to recognize what had become a flourishing town as an official Charlian colony. The Origin residents took to calling the colony itself Charlian, which led to no small amount of confusion and discussions turning to the subject of the motherland. Response: some Charlian inhabitants, if pressed for a name, would simply refer to it as Emporium. Following the Great Exodus, however, goblins and treasure hunters claimed for themselves a corner of the abandoned colony and gave it yet another name, Idleshire. The most prominent features of Idleshire's book does not appear to contain additional... The story of Charlene. Okay. Oh, there lived a rugged man by the name of Nooncrep. He was a student of astrology, and he divined that a flood of terrifying proportions would soon sweep over the lands of Eorzea. So it was that he built a gigantic ship, assembled a crew, and set sail for that imperiled realm. The flood arrived as foretold, and to their horror, the strangely churning waters drove the people towards the ocean. It was there, however, that Nooncrep's crew hauled them aboard his ark. But the danger had not passed. A towering wave approached, threatening to smash the vessel to pieces. With only moments to spare, Nooncrep wove a mighty spell of teleportation and shifted the entire ship to safety atop Abalathia's spine. Refugees from the surrounding regions huddled there alongside them, but it was not long before disputes over the dwindling supply of food led to violence and bloodshed. Saddened by the sight, Noon gathered to him his crew and his grateful passengers, and abandoned the ark to those reddened peaks. They journeyed to the coast, where they built a new ship, intent upon returning to the northern seas. They landed on the beach of an island and settled upon that very spot. The settlement prospered and grew, and in time it became the city of Charlene. We live into this day. Outside to the point of your companions. Level 80 board! Oh. For a second I thought they had the big boy. But yeah, not everyone's going with Reaper or Sage or whatever. Like, you got Paladins, White Mages, Bards. People of all jobs. I'm sure I'll find a level 80 Archer eventually. Sorry, were you waiting long? I wanted to make sure I borrowed at least a few promising volumes. Alphino and Kryl should also be along shortly. I was delayed in similar fashion, as far as I could see, no tiles in the Archon stacks mention the final day specifically, so we have no choice but to start with the tangentially relevant tomes, if they are even that. At present, the plan is to skim through as quickly as we dare and share our discoveries as we make them. It would have been nice to invite everyone to the estate, plenty of comfortable places to read, and a ready supply of hot tea. Oh, I was always quite fond of reading outside. But it's not about the little pleasures, is it? You miss your home. It's been difficult. After our arrival, we managed to speak with one of the family servants, asking how things were. It seems our dear father has instructed the staff that even if Alphino and I were to return to Charlene, we were not to be allowed across the threshold. A harsh measure indeed. I hope that our efforts to understand his position, and that of the Forum, will perhaps lead to reconciliation. We'll mend this rift one day, I'm certain of it. And what of you, Graha? Have you been to visit your family, or do they not live here in the city? Ah, well, my situation is also somewhat complicated. I was raised in Charlene, yes, but I was born rather further away. In the southern reaches of Ilsabard, in fact. For generations, my people have dwelt in Corvos, the coastal region opposite the island of Thavnair. The Algans founded a city in that fertile land and by ship brought in the subjugated tribes of the Mikote to serve as laborers. Of course, the massive earthquakes of the Fourth Umbral Calamity brought an end to the Empire's reign. When the Fifth Calamity froze the sea solid, many of the tribes still living in Corvos braved the journey back to Eorzea. My ancestors, however, chose to remain, that they might prevent the remnants of Algan technology from being misused. Isn't Corvos under Garlean rule? For the past 50 years, yes, some semblance of a local culture remains, as is the case for most imperial provinces, but Garlemald renamed the region Locus Amoenus. When I was a boy, a nearby town came under the jurisdiction of an illustrious imperial family, the nobles of House Darnus. House Darnus demonstrated a single interest in Algan civilization, and so my tribe was forced to consider a plan of action. For some time already, voices had been raised in favor of abandoning our ancient customs. After all, the Allagan eye no longer passed to our eldest child as reliably as it once had. Fear of discovery eventually tipped the scales, and the decision was made to bury our ties to the knowledge and traditions of Allag. As the last child born with the Allagan eye, I was given over to the custody of friends in the students of Valdesian, who had me registered as a Charlian citizen. I never even considered, forgive me, it was an unkind question. Even Thancred was taken in by Archon Louisois, was he not? Stories of adopted waifs and rescued orphans are more common among Charlians than you might think. Yet, regardless of our origins, we are all provided with an equal opportunity to learn. And with sufficient perspicacity, we outsiders can even earn the vaunted title of Archon. It is exactly why I have such love for this country, and why I wish it to remain a nation of which its citizens can be proud. Here, here, another good reason to get to the bottom of the Forum's stubbornness, aside from the trifling matter of our impending doom. You know, I mean, to be fair, literally like a week ago, or something like that, with the Shadowbringer stuff, like in-game a week ago, it was like 2 years ago IRL. Excuse us while we try to make some headway into these books, John. More company should be arriving any moment now. They really need to figure out the volume of the music. Like, y'all hear how low it is now and how loud it was earlier? Not bad! Not bad at all! Interesting! And it's already black, so I don't have to dye it. But what dyeing it do, though? Absolutely nothing. Okay. Not bad, not bad, not bad. I love how it's Endwalker gear, but it's like below max Shadowbringer's gear. We've returned with our selections. Although I must say the pickings were quite slim indeed. Mistress Kryl has already flicked through every history book devoted to disasters, and more than a few which barely made mention of them. As such, we will be looking into research paper on the Umbral calamities, as well as articles written by prominent forum members. Perhaps their knowledge of the final days comes from an unexpected source. Speaking of which, might I ask you a few questions related to the final days? I'm the only here who didn't witness the events of Amarot firsthand, and fear I may be overlooking critical details. I prefer to not relive that. My thanks. Now, where to begin? Like, no, seriously, I prefer not to relive Amarot's final days. That's a bit... First things first, what kind of phenomenon did the ancients encounter as the final days drew nigh? Yes, the unfolding catastrophe wrought havoc on all manner of life. The chaos extended to the ancients themselves, causing their powers of creation to spiral out of control. Fear and despair manifested in terrible, tangible fashion. Meteors raining from the sky, fire erupting from the ground, indescribable abominations prowling the streets. Yeah? That more or less aligns with my understanding. If only the arts of creation had survived until the present day, we might have had something substantial to analyze. You know, if a boy was alive, we could just ask him. It's too bad I killed him. Oops. To the best of our knowledge, however, those techniques were not preserved or passed on, which still surmises that the closest known magic is that of the summoning rituals promulgated by the Asians. Was there aught else of note which heralded the approach of the final days? Alphino, you can answer this one. Me? Well, as you wish. The Amarantines were debating the cause of an anomaly which had been observed in the lands across the sea. By this fact alone, we could deduce that the final days occurred not all at once the world over, but rather had a point of origin from which it began to spread. Others also spoke of a keening sound, rising from the land itself, just before the region was visited by catastrophe. We never did hear this sound ourselves, of course, thrust as we were into the midst of the madness. So the ground was crying out, you see. To be considered the harbinger of doom, it must have been quite distinctive, and probably quite loud. I'll have to speak with one of Nomenon's mammoths and ask after any books which make mention of such a sound. Last but not least, would you describe how the ancients sought to quell this unprecedented calamity? What definitive action did they take? What? They summoned a primal. Yes, with Elidibus serving as his heart, so many gave themselves in sacrifice to bring him into being. We do not know exactly how Zodiac brought salvation to the star, only that by his godlike will were the laws of nature set aright. Thence, once the balance was redressed, the ancients offered up a further sacrifice to heal the ravages of final days. Lives sprouted anew, and it was these fledgling souls they intended to render unto Zodiac, a trade that would have allowed them to resurrect the shades of loved ones absorbed by the primal. Or might have, had Vinat and her fellows not manifested their opposition in the form of Eidolon. Yeah, thank you, both of you, for the detailed review. I feel much more confident now in my understanding of events. With all that fresh in mind, it does make me wonder what the Telaphoroi truly mean when they speak of bringing back the final days. Yeah, it doesn't make any sense! But hey, Fandaniel is crazy, and Xenos just wants to fight us again. We've seen what they're doing with those towers of theirs. It's forcing people to summon primals, a kind of catalyst. Are they attempting to mirror the conditions caused by unstable creation magics? Or are they simply using the final days as a figure of speech, a convenient metaphor for the scale of destruction they plan to unleash? Sorry, but this is all just pointless conjecture at this stage. Let us return our attention to the forum, shall we? We should keep an eye out for Ishtola, but 'tis time we began studying these research papers. A Reaper in literally nothing. Cool! Now that we've established that I absolutely hate life, level 80 Reaper and she's still using Minfina's Earring. Which is completely useless at level 80. Like, it doesn't do anything. I'm the last, am I? Well, my extended search of the Archon stacks produced one or two possibly useful books, but we didn't get your hopes up. If you recall, Orion J learned of the source's reflections from the Karen oracles. For its potential to cause panic and confusion, that tome was deemed apocrypha and sealed away in the Great Google Library. 'Tis even less likely that knowledge of the unsundered world, not to mention the horrors of the final days, would be left sitting on a shelf for any curious scholar to find. It stands to reason then that my colleagues, be they archons or counselors, should perforce be largely ignorant of the subject. Yet when you confronted Master Fortunal with knowledge of the Telophoroi and their machinations, he scoffed at the suggestion that they posed a threat. He seemed adamant that the Forum would know if the final days were truly upon us. Which only supports the conclusion that whatever privileged wisdom is guiding the Forum's behavior, it is being kept secret from the rest of the nation. Or they're just assholes. You know. Not that I mean to excuse myself from reading duty. Whether they contain mention of the final days or no, these books could yet hold something of value. You weren't thinking of leaving, were you? There's plenty of work for everyone. Hey yo, I was planning to stick a scythe in a very pompous sounding asshole with white hair. You layer of it feels like an age as your Stola's research assistant. Oh god. From a champion of Eorzea to assistant. Oh dear, you look exhausted, but what about your studies? Were you able to find any books on the subjects I mentioned? Then the day was well spent. Should you wish to read them again, a man at the reference desk will point you in the right direction. For the moment, though, I suggest you take a well-deserved rest. We might be occupied with our research for quite some time. Ayo! 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 Hold up. Hold up, hold up, hold up. Hold up. Hey, hold up. Alze appears in desperate need of a study break. Ready for tea break, John? I know I am. Honestly, my neck and shoulders are going to calcify if I don't stretch my legs and walk around for a bit. You know the last stand down in the harbor, don't you? Come and meet me near the outside tables and I'll treat you to their coffee. It's quite good. Ayo! Ayo! Scholars Harbor. Apparently I could just do that too. It was like, I wonder if this works. Click it. That's what that does. For anyone wondering. Yeah. Three more quests and I'm 81. Let's go. As busy as ever, I see how very Charlene that no other gourmet cafe has sprung up to compete for customers. Actually, this crowd gives me an idea. Before we place an order, why don't we ask a few questions and gauge the mood of the city? I'm interested to hear what the average citizen has to say about the Telophoroi. We might even learn something new. Worth a try, don't you think? What is it? Can a man not enjoy a moment of private respite? If you're looking to share a table, then I respectfully request that you look elsewhere. You must not have said we were simply wondering if you knew of the Telophoroi. These enemies of peace have promised an end to all we hold dear. And wait, you're that House Levier girl, aren't you? And this man with you is obviously foreign. I heard you were disowned for helping outsiders indulge their barbaric whims, and here you are giving truth to the rumor. Thinking to leave me be, I've not said to the likes of you. Well, I must apologize. 'Twas foolish of me to expect an ounce of civility from one so enlightened. Come, John. Yes, I believe I've had the pleasure. Brings to the my chariot toss. It's not for unconscionable plans. My goodness, if it isn't young Miss Levier. My apologies, but I work in the offices of the Forum, and if we're reached Master Fortuno that I was helping you, I see. We're sorry to have bothered you. With Dickon? See? Look, there's even a dragoon. There's even a dragoon out here. Not everyone. That was the thing. Everyone's like, oh, everyone's gonna want to be Sage or Reaper or whatever. And I'm like, no. Anyway. Now that we've proven that not everyone is a Sage or Reaper, we can stop clicking onto people. Welcome, sir. What can I offer you today? Wait, is that Mr. Salize I see there? My word, how long has it been? Far too long. Me, Dickon, the owner of the Last Stand. I used to frequent his cafe on occasion in between lessons at the studium. That seems like an age ago now. I remember hearing that you and Master Alfino had set sail for Eorzea, but then you never came back. Lately, there's been gossip about your father disowning the pair of you. Everything all right at home? Nope, not at all. They got disowned. It's complicated, and I hadn't expected complete strangers to be so familiar with the situation quite so quickly. Everyone has an opinion, it seems. Well, it is House Levier. No matter how discreet Master Fortuno may have been, news of your family's doings never stays secret for long. Things being what they are, what brings you back to the city now of all times? We have questions and only Charlene has the answers. Tell me, Master Dickon, have you heard anything about an apocalypse called the Final Days? What, like the end of the world? Nothing like that, I'm afraid. And that's what you're here to find. Information on this apocalypse? Yeah, sadly, our usual source of information on this is kinda not alive. That's my bad. Yes, whatever we can learn. Unfortunately, your patrons appear to be unwilling to speak with me. I wish there was more I could do to help. But maybe there is. You're a visitor, Charlene, aren't you? Then few will know your face. We should be able to pass you off as a server who's none the wiser. We'll just finish preparing a few orders. Strike up some friendly conversation while you're settling down the food. And you might just get the answers you're looking for. Not a bad idea, I hate to ask, but what do you think? I'm about to flip shit, is what I think. That's spirit. Pay attention now, and I'll explain where each of these dishes needs to go. The tea set is for the chatty group sitting by the water's edge. The omelet is for one of our regulars, a Highlander by the name of Gisla. She's sitting at an outside table with a friend of hers. By them, you should see a Mikote gentleman. He ordered the oven-baked lobster. Got all that? If you're not sure, just ask and I'll explain again. Good luck. I'm sure the game will stop me from delivering to the wrong people. Wow, wait, you're not gonna make me go through the thing again? Wait. I've already forgotten. No. The tea set is... The tea set is some lady. Nope, it's the tea set. Oh, my tea set. Lovely, thank you. The Talafa who? I'm sorry, I've never heard of them or their final days. My friends and I are somewhat uninformed when it comes to current events. Now, if you want to hear about ritual arcane practices of the 6th astral era, common or esoteric, then I'd be happy to talk your ear off. Those are sweet and slow. Omelet? Ah, fine. 2, 4, 6, 8. Let's dig in. No time to waste. The Talafaroi. Ah, yes, I remember seeing the name in the latest Gazette. That's some grand claim about the end of days. The same old senseless warmongering. When will these fools grow tired of spilling each other's blood? Best stay out of it, I say. The Forum made the right choice, and I fully support our decision to remain neutral. Urbane banter with a smile. No. Alas, the oven-baked lobster is mine. You have no idea how long I've scrimped and saved and suffered to afford this heavenly dish. Oh no. The final days. It was the first I've heard of it. Although that would explain why my friend has been rushed off his feet. It must be a busy time to be a gleaner. You don't know what a gleaner is? They're collectors of a sort. Travel the world procuring things that we haven't got here in Charlian, priceless books, unusual live specimens, and so forth. So named for those folk who trail after the reapers in the fields, picking up every grain which was missed. Aye, by all accounts, gleaning is a most meticulous and demanding profession. If these Talafaroi make good on their audacious threats, then many uncatalogued rarities could be lost forever. Why else would the gleaners be buzzing about in such a frenzy? Watch the harbor and you'll see what I mean. They're carting loads in from the docks all day. It's never been this hectic before, not like this. Ayo! Ayo! I'm about to go a reaping. On this forum. Like, what the fuck? Any trouble with the customers? Were you able to get anyone talking? One dude, yeah. Interesting, they seem unaware of the final days, aside from whatever vague news the gazettes are printing. Even Dickon had nothing to offer, and he's the best source of gossip in the city. If the Forum does have secret knowledge, then they've done an impressive job of ensuring no one whispers it in the wrong ear. In any case, thank you for playing the part so well. Here, that cup of coffee I promised. Let's enjoy a drink somewhere else, shall we, mate? Behind the peristyle, away from the gossips and their wagging tongues. Hey, look! A not sage! Yes, it should do nicely, out of the wind and out of sight. My throat is dying, by the way. This week is gonna murder my throat, and then I'm just not gonna stream for a week.
When our father disowned us, I couldn't believe what I was hearing. It wasn't until much later that his words began to sink in, that I began to feel the weight of what it meant. Do you remember when the decision was made to come to Sharlayan? Grahar said that the Forum was determined to keep us in the dark, and that Father's venomous performance was part of that strategy, to keep us at arm's length. Perhaps it was. Father argued with Grandfather on many occasions, but never with such dismissive contempt. And when he demanded what justifies the sacrifices we make in war, I honestly didn't know what to say. Neither did Alpha know, I know, but never for one moment did I believe we had made the wrong choice. So all I could do was fume silently. It was only afterwards that I realized how childish I had been, how being stubborn and self-righteous must run in the family. If I could have just mustered a civil response, then things might have turned out differently.
Might.
They must be ferrying goods to Labyrinthos. A vast complex beneath the island. Sharlayan is famous for archiving knowledge from around the world. Well, that knowledge is not preserved exclusively in dusty tomes and desiccated samples. Our living library, comprised of all manner of flora and fauna, is housed and studied within that underground facility. Still, that did seem to be an unusually large shipment. When I lived here, it was rare to even see such cargo transported by boat. Wait! Didn't you hear something in the last stand about the gleaners coming and going more than usual? Well, I think they're the ones we saw manning those boats. And gleaners answer to the Forum. If the appearance of the Telophoroi prompted this sudden burst of activity, then Labyrinthos may hold a clue as to what the Forum is planning.
Besides, share your revelations. A. We should tell the others what we've learned about the Gleaners. Go on ahead to Numenon, and I'll join you in a moment. Master Dickon will want his cups back. I'm gonna have to wake up tomorrow, log into the game, and talk to the delivery Moogle of whichever area we're in when I log out, because they still haven't released the collector's edition bonuses. Probably because the game doesn't officially come out till tomorrow. Welcome back, John. Been for a walk and cleared your head, have you? Not exactly. We did some impromptu investigating and turned up information on the Gleaners. Oh yeah, we're getting emotes on the channel, for... the sub emotes. I'm gonna keep the follower emotes as like default Twitch emotes for now, but we'll get sub emotes for tier 1. And they'll be based on my Warrior of Light, done by one of the channel mods. Sorry, I need to plug in my headset. It makes sense. The Gleaners take the requests directly from institutions and bureaucrats. But as you say, they ultimately answer to the forum. A sudden and significant increase in Gleaner traffic and in cargo. It certainly gives the impression of an overarching plan being put into motion. Let us see what theory we can build from the facts. As Ishtola observed earlier, Numenon's archives appear to contain no information concerning the final days. Coupled with what John and Alize learned at the last stand, we can be reasonably sure that most Charlians know nothing of that particular period of ancient history. Yet my father and his colleagues are not only familiar with the final days, but are also somehow certain that the destruction being perpetrated by the Telophoroi is wholly unlike these apocalyptic events. Moreover, the forum claims to be so occupied by a duty of such pressing importance that they saw fit to unanimously deny Eorzur's request for aid. And now the Gleaners, official agents of the state, have been mobilized on an unprecedented scale. I do not think it a stretch to conclude that the Gleaners' recent activities are in service to the forum's secret events. In which case, our next course of action seems obvious. We visit Labyrinthos and assess the situation for ourselves. And if we're lucky, the Gleaners will be far more receptive to our questions. A fine idea. I'm glad you approve. You won't be disappointed, I promise. Hey yo, where's the dust tomes at? So as for myself, there are a few more subjects I should like to research. I may join you later, but feel free to leave behind your borrowed books and be on your way. I'll see to it that each is returned to its proper place. That would be a great help. Thank you, Raha. Let's head down the stairs over there, and I'll show you where the entrance is. Ready? Labyrinthos is not too far from here, but you may find the path a bit disorienting. I'll take the lead, so stay close. Follow Alize and try not to fall behind. Off we go then. Pleasant here among the trees. I'm not gonna read the stuff she's saying. Here we are, through this door and down the stairs. You did remember to tune to the shard back there, didn't you? It'll make your life much easier if you need to come back in a hurry. Otherwise, we should keep moving. Yes, I'm keeping Wind-Up Ardbert with me for the foreseeable future. We're all here now, yes? I've taken the liberty of securing permission for our group's descent. Right, everyone onto the lift and down we go. I really hope there's not another Ethernet, like, thing, because those get really tiring.
Deep beneath the scholar's city shines a false sun within a fabricated sky. In any age exist those who consider the floor an extension of their bookshelves, and this vault's architects surely belonged to that special breed. If the stack grows too high, start a new one. If no room remains, then make more rooms. A simple solution at first, and then bit by bit, a profound transformation. Knowledge buried beneath knowledge, a growing, creeping labyrinth from which there is no escape.
The Northern Empty, Labyrinthos.
Not what you expected. I must admit, the artifice is very convincing. But I assure you that we are beneath Sharlayan itself. The breeze you feel, the flowing waters you hear, all created by the hand of man.
The island is volcanic, you see, and once upon a time this great hollow must have been a reservoir for magma. It was discovered some 400 years ago, at which point it was repurposed as a storage facility for scrolls and samples and such. Renovations have continued, with nigh on no interruption to this day, with the lower levels still undergoing expansion.
Aren't those people gleaners?
Aye, judging by their dress. They are said to work alone as a rule, but 'twould seem that rule is being enthusiastically broken today. It may be as you suspected, that they are engaged in a task apart from the norm.
Let's spread out and get some answers then.
Ugh. Did you call to me just now?
No. Oh, she has the echo.
Oh, how odd. I must be a bit dizzy from the descent.
Heidelin, I swear, so help me. I'm going to shove my scythe into your chest if you're fucking with cryo.
I'll be fine, I'm sure. Let's get to work, shall we?
I'm literally about to pull this scythe out off my back and shove it into a primal's chest. You best believe I will kill a Heidelin if she breaks rule number 1. Dobby the house elf? No, oh sorry, it's Dobbin. You want to know what I'm doing? Hauling books and ore and fauna. If it needs hauling, I haul it. Every decade or so, they take stock in Labyrinthos, you know. Sort and tidy up the inventory. Never seen an operation like this before, though. They just did one a few summers ago, even. Then, with no warning at all, this mess gets dropped in our laps. Orders from on high. Damned if I know the reason. Could be that they're changing the layout, eh? Preparing for the next big expansion. I was talking you about taking stock in Labyrinthos. Let me think. The seats should be items to the files, or were they 1061? My head feels like it's stuffed with mako grass. Why more loads to take out than carry in? Why do all this at once and risk maxing it up? What if someone mistakes the Kurthan carrots for the Girabanian carrots? What then? Ah, yes. Oh, it should be noted. 1. I have Ilmeg done. 2. They have reduced the ether currents in Heaven's Word, Stormblood, and Shadowbringers areas. To 5 search and 4? 4 search and suffer. Possibly, it's done to avoid the suffering parts. That might actually just be it. You here to help or give me more headaches because you don't have the look of a gleaner, and I'm in no mood for idle chatter. One of my colleagues is so exhausted he took a tumble and crashed into a pile of crates. Now I have a pack of marmots running loose. Exhausted gleaners. Hey yo, there's a junk monger. My boy, oh no, it's a girl. My lady. Hi, Dirium Sickle. Wait! Wait. Hold the phone. Battlegraph gear. Try on. No. Weird. Ooh, fancy! Not as fancy. Not bad! Minus the boots, this would be a good glamour. Yeah, this would have been a better set for thing. The boots. Ah, silly square. Don't you know boots are the best? Anyway. Let's look at the symbol of magic. It's a circlet, no. Try on. Oh, sure. Sure. Y'all see this? The casting gets like literally the basest. What the hell, man? I hate this. This is actually looking really good. Anyway, let's finish the quest and then I need to BRB. Hey, look, Sean, what tales did the Gleaners have to tell? So this grand operation began without warning, and for every item they bring in, they're sending more of your terrorists somewhere else. That explains the haggard faces I've been seeing. We were right, the Forum is definitely up to something, and they're turning Labyrinthos upside down in the process. Okay, with that, I'll be right back. Hey, I'm back. I got a package in. Needed to use the restroom. Grab some mandarin. You know, some vitamin C. Kryl appears lost in thought. I'll be eating through it while we will do well to learn more of what specifically the Gleaners are being tasked to do, so as who has tasked them to do it. If you're game, John, I have an idea. Didn't one of the Gleaners you question say something about escaped marmots? Perhaps if you were to help him capture such creatures, he might incline towards a more friendly and enlightening conversation. In the meantime, I will turn my charms upon this Gleaner here. You can compare notes afterwards. Happy hunting. I'm just really hungry right now. A better Mandarin than But it's funny that you can just grab just some random You wish to help me find the marmots. I have nothing suitable to pay you for your services, but if you're offering out of the goodness of your heart, I'd welcome the assistance. I mean, I'd like information. The name's Aaronville, my friend, a specialist in the collection of live specimens. That said, the capture of these Inaxian marmots is a trial of no desire to repeat. Grizzled mice, they call them. For mercy, there are no other marmot species on this tier at present, so there should be no mistaking our little fugitives. If you happen to catch any, stuff them in this sack. Gently, of course. Where to begin, you wonder? I've not seen any scampering around here, so we'll need to widen our search into the surrounding forest. Be on your guard. There are beasts out there that will hesitate to prey on a marmot, or you. I'm literally the Grim Reaper. I'll search the trees to the west. The eastern part of the forest is all yours. Good luck. And of course, I can't fly, so it's gonna be a pain in the ass. Giddy up, doggy. Chirp squeak. Into the underbrush. Ooh. I feel so much better. Look, I like fruit, okay? I'm weird like that. Up, 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 up. wow. It didn't even go... It went through the first two parts, but the final part of the combo, it didn't hit. That's amazing. And that's why we got 20 on the gauge, on the second gauge right there. Squeak. Oh my... I forgot that that was one of the moves. Ardbert! Hurry up, my boy. Hurry up. Look, man, I can't have him physically here with me, but he can be here in spirit.
Ha!
Look, I wasn't gonna run away and waste time. Oh, I see where one of the mining spots is. You're more prepared for speed, including the cycle your elusive quarry. Bro! How'd you fare? I tracked down 3 of the pack, which leaves one unaccounted for. Oh. Ah, there's the odd Mormont out. Wait a moment, I'll put our friends in a holding cage. Thankfully, the marmots seem to be unharmed. They've held up well in isolation, but it's much too soon to release them into the habitats. It's a good thing we were able to capture them so swiftly. You have my thanks. Why, the authority in charge of Labyrinthos, now and in perpetuity. The same officials, fast working day and night of late. The honorable members of the forum, who else? Suitable for consumption and easier breed. Those are the two conditions I was given for the stock I was instructed to procure. I don't know what the forum has planned for these creatures, but at the very least, I doubt they'll be served for dinner today or tomorrow. You would be right in that. They're apparently building a bunker of some kind. There you are, John. Is this the gleaner you mentioned, the one who was looking for lost marmots? Interesting company you keep, friend. Who are you folk anyway? I am Kryl of the students of Baldesian. These others are my associates. Truth be told, the forum's decisions of late have not sat entirely well with us. That is why we made the set into Labyrinthos. We hope that by seeing those decisions put into action, we might more fully understand their reasoning. Oh, jeez, I can't speak. Why is it practical? Never hurts to try and gain a broader perspective, does it? Anyway, duty calls, other animals to capture and enclosures to empty. Once again, I'm sorry that I can't offer you more of your services. My services, you mean? Did you learn anything new from your friend there? So we've confirmed that the order for this ambitious operation did indeed come directly from the forum. However, the Gleaners have not been informed of its purpose. I'd say that fits with everything we've heard thus far. We also discovered when the operation was begun, the forum contacted the Gleaners guild ship and put their people to this great work some 4 days after the Tlaforai made their chilling declaration. As seasoned travelers, the Gleaners keep abreast of news from every corner of the world out of necessity. Thus, it might incline trust that their calendar of events is accurate. Altogether, it gives a distinct impression that this undertaking was a sudden and unexpected development. Yet I find it hard to believe that such a comprehensive restructuring of Labyrinthos and its archives could have been planned in so brief a window. Nay, this plan was long in the making. They were but waiting the right time to put it into effect. And the Tlaforai's declaration was what set it all in motion. It seems likely, but let us not leap to conclusions just yet. For the moment, I suggest we conduct... For the moment, I suggest we conduct a wider investigation of Labyrinthos. The more facilities we visit, the more pieces of the puzzle we stand to find. In that case, how about we head to the Archaeon? From there, we can reach the lower... Kryl, what's wrong? I'm fine, truly. The sudden descent has left me with a bit of a headache, that's all. Nothing that will stop me from soldiering on. Let's be about it then. At least allow me to take the lead. I'm fairly certain I remember the way to the Archaeon. We follow the path east, through the forest where you were chasing after that mouse, or marmot, was it? Anyway, 'tis the trolls you need to watch out for. Yeah. Behold, the Arcanus Numenon serves as Shrine's literary archive, so does this structure house the city's wealth of material data. Architecture, too, is similar. This building you see is merely the upper entrance, and access point to the vaults carved into the site itself. Within those vast rooms are stored countless samples and specimens, as well as the detailed records which describe them. In a manner of speaking, the Archaeon contains a physical history of Charlene's unwavering dedication to the accumulation of knowledge. We're at the halfway point. Nice. Well, we won't learn anything of value standing out here. Let us proceed into the main building and speak with the custodian. Greetings, we're here to Did the music just die? Again? Greetings, we're here to peruse the Archaeon's vault. Peruse? You're clearly not gleaners, then. Might I ask your affiliation? We belong to the students of Baldesion.
This is like old school, like fucking.
The game is... There's something going through to desktop audio, but I don't know what it is. But is that relevant? I was given to believe that the vaults, those open to the public at least, were open to the public. Ordinarily, yes, that would be the case. At present, however, access is restricted. Only persons directly involved in the reorganization efforts are permitted to enter. Nope. It's fine. I hate that. I actually hate that. Not us, then. I suppose we had better move along to another facility. This building has a lift which connects to the middle tier, yes? But we at least make use of that. That service has also been suspended, I'm afraid. For the time being, priority has been given over to the conveyance of inventory. This is as far as we can go. Apologies for the inconvenience. Please come again after restructuring operations concluded. By that time, it will be too late, and we're so close to getting answers. We need to rethink our approach. Let us step outside for the moment, shall we? I hate when it does that. Students of Baldesian. Like you saw that, the sound cut off again. Whatever. Anyway, it looks like 2 more quests, and we hit 81. We are at an impasse. As we have no other leads, I should like to pursue this one further. But I doubt that our stone-faced custodian will be swayed by heartfelt pleas. We must seek another means to access the lower levels. We could dig. 'Tis likely that the people in this area are involved in the restructuring in one way or another. If we were to ingratiate ourselves, they might allow us to accompany them on the lift. Let us ask around. Surely someone is in need of a few strong backs to lighten the load. Am I taking the lift? Oh no, we're just students. They won't let us into the Archon even though we found... Actually, we have no idea what it is we found. There's no record of such a creature anywhere, but it was wandering around Tranquility, and so we thought to donate to the vaults. Squeal, squeal. The oddest little squeal, don't you think? Anyway, I suppose we'll have to take care of it until the Archon is open again. Guys, want it in first person? Oh, jeez. Y'all see the glasses, right? Yo, this is kind of like... Okay, in all seriousness, where the hell is the person we're supposed to talk to next? Oh. What's that? Take you down on the lift with me. Sorry, but not a chance. I've been up and down all day, and only now have I finally found the spare moment to rest. I did see a gleaner fellow heading out the gate there, though, shouldering a large pack, engaged in some manner of task. Maybe he'll be headed down below after he's done with whatever it is he's doing. This is why I usually like to take a bird's eye view, but of course, flying is not allowed. Okay, well, it's clearly this building. Or somewhere nearby. And of course, because we don't get direct instructions. Aaronville? Quiet, you're frightened away. Too bad. I don't mean to be rude, but I'm in the middle of another task. The cloud kitten I need to capture is close, very close. You wish to tell me with this too. You spend your time in unusual ways, my friend. Still, 200 is in general better than 1. Very well. The canal here is a common gathering spot for birds of all kinds, but the one I'm after today is the hornbill. Yeah, it's crowded. It's in the call. Single it out and shoot it. The effects are short-lived, so lie in wait down by the riverbank to claim or quarry. Be sure to hit the right one. Search your surroundings for the hornbill. You may have to move the cow. Oh god, it's this thing again.
Fair shot. Nicely done. Let me truss this one up, and I'll make my way over to you.
He has a voice?
There you are. Any new revelations?
So you met with that gleaner again, this time to capture a hornbill. I understand catching and bringing in creatures from the outside, but what's the point of chasing after ones already here?
Oh, it's a simple thing, really. Occasionally, we remove specimens no longer needed for study, or those we've had difficulty raising. But we can't simply turn them loose. Safely returning such creatures to their native habitats is another facet of a gleaner's duties. But not in this case, I'm afraid. I've been asked to bring the bird below.
The restricted section in the lower levels of Labyrinthos. Open only to a select few researchers handpicked by the Forum. The projects down there are the subject of rumor and hearsay. Forbidden magics. Advanced technologies that can never be allowed to fall into outside hands. Even Archons are not privy to the truth. Those who are, the researchers involved in this secretive work, are not permitted to walk freely in the city, and are instead required to live in isolated quarters.
So they're like the CIA. Great.
What could a facility subject to such strict security protocols possibly need with a hornbill? An experiment?
Possibly. I wasn't afforded an explanation. But judging by the requisition list given to me and my colleagues, I doubt it's for any kind of advanced research. I'd be more inclined to believe we were making preparations to migrate to the south. Mericidia or thereabouts.
What? Why would you say that?
Much of the flora and fauna we were asked to procure could serve as reliable sources of sustenance. They're comparatively hardy species, too, able to endure harsh climates. And among them are specimens known to be effective in improving soil quality and purifying water.
When you put it that way, migration does sound like a reasonable assumption.
That's all it is, though. An assumption. Through our tasks, we gleaners glimpse only bits and pieces of the Forum's plans. Our prime concern is that our requisitions, be they living or otherwise, are properly preserved for the knowledge of future generations. Now, I really must be going. I regret that I cannot reward you as you deserve.
Perhaps you might reward us after a fashion, then. It is imperative that we reach the lower levels. And seeing as you are already set to descend with your assigned cargo, mayhap we could accompany you as your... assistants.
I'm afraid that won't be possible. Once the animals have been prepared for transport, we send them down separately via the lift. I will, of course, follow after to make my report, but I can hardly pass you off as porters when there's nothing left to carry.
Indeed. Pray forget I said anything.
How do you feel about climbing? If you've strength and the courage to brave it, then there is another way down.
This man is about to have us go fucking mountain climbing.
This path leads to the 33rd facet, a mine shaft excavated during one of our expansions of Labyrinthos. While I cannot guarantee that the passage is safe to traverse, it should provide access to the medial circuit below.
I never even knew such a place existed. Thank you. This is the perfect solution.
You're quite welcome, but consider yourselves warned. If the going proves too treacherous, you do well to turn back. I bid you good day.
I may have been overzealous with the chatbot being like, here's a reminder of
Well,
why
turning
the
back is hardly an
normally
option, not when we've come this far. Let's go and take a look at this mine shaft.
Oh, for a second I thought she somehow managed to get access to Elise's outfit. I was like, excuse me? This must be it, the entrance to the mine shaft. 'Tis faint, but I hear something moving within. Creatures hold there by the researchers, you think? Well, slavering beasts aside, we will need to watch our footing. We should tie our straps and such before we continue. Eager to get underway, let's go! Woo! Everyone's tying their straps to check their gear, then I say we head on in. Given the terrain ahead, though, it might be wise to leave some distance between us. We don't want to be stumbling over each other. We're stumbling over each other if it comes to a fight. Take it slow, don't forget to check your surroundings from time to time. We can meet up again at the other end of the tunnel. Please don't make me actually take it very slowly. Bruh. Why are we fighting enemies? We should be sneaking our way through, not fighting enemies. They really know how to prolong a game for no reason besides prolonging it. Was there a point to that? Not at all. He's a bit through that incident, nothing of consequence at least, and as promised, the tunnel has delivered us into the medial circuit. As I recall, this here is where they kept a wide variety of samples for agricultural production. If Aaronville's description holds true, that specimens are being collected in preparation. Then we should see evidence of such plans in the area's research projects. Let's follow the path to this farming facility and see what we see. Why am I getting Trails of Cold Steel vibes all of a sudden? Now I know where we are. This is Imperial Agronomics. Labyrinthos is host to a wide variety of vegetation, which allows us to conduct studies on cultivation methods utilized in foreign lands. It is this facility which coordinates and oversees those efforts. The fruits of the research go to feed their Labyrinthos colleagues, or so I hear. Your notable success might make it to the Agora. Food so exotic you'd be hard-pressed to guess their origin, let alone how they might taste. Indeed, mystery of vegetables without a name, only a list of nutritional benefits scribbled on a card. I see no gleaners hereabouts. Yet these workers seem to share that same sense of urgency. It is possible they know something of the forum's plans and their underlying motivations. Worth looking into, wouldn't you say? See what you can coax from the workers, the rest of us will do the same and cast about for useful clues. Oh, hello there. We weren't expecting visitors, not with the use of the lift being restricted. How did you make it down here anyway? I walked. The mine shaft, you say? Well, you're a much hardier soul than I. Under normal circumstances, I'd reward such tenacity with a guided tour of the fields, but I'm afraid the form has us fulfilling order lists a mile long. Massive yet detailed requests, literal wagon loads of crop samples, and hardly any time to put them together. When I first heard of this grand reorganization, I assumed we'd be shuffling around old stock to make room for the new. Then came the orders for ridiculous quantities of seeds already thoroughly researched. Passing strange, eh? I pressed for an explanation and was met with vague assurances that all would be revealed in due course. Not the most satisfying answer. So what you're saying is, I should take my scythe and shove it straight in up Fortuno's What cars are racing? Well, as you can see, this one is a variety of grape. Only needs a good source of sunlight to grow, and conditions here are nothing short of perfect. Hardly surprising, given that it's native to a particular locale in the very place upon which Labyrinthos was modeled, a region in the south of Ilsamar. It boasts remarkable habitat diversity, allowing for myriad flora and fauna to thrive. Chilly peaks in the north give way to swaths of temperate plains, which in turn transition to hot, humid coastline. Such bountiful territory is ever contested, as you might expect. Used to be called Corvus before the Imperials renamed it Locus Amonis. The Forum saw it not as a prize, however, but as a research of the environment. One whose climates we strove to recreate within the confines of Labyrinthos, it since provided a rich foundation for countless experiments and cultivation. Do I have also taken down below? More than I can carry, and then some. Most of our stock is sent off via the cargo lift, but some has been earmarked for aerial transport, hence the stock freight to top that hill over there. God, hauling the lot up that slope was a job and a half. The flying heck. These crates tell the story of the continents, bundles of comet seeds and saplings, accompanied by sheaves and reports.
Hard to look away, isn't it? But they're more than pretty flowers. Heart blooms are attuned to ambient emotion. You don't seem convinced, but believe me, it's true. This ashen grey, for instance, it mirrors the anxiety and urgency of those working nearby as they rush to fulfill sudden orders. Intense feelings like those spur the petals to change colour. Bright glowing hues in the presence of joy, dark subdued shades for frustration or despair. Yet even with the collected wisdom of Charlian at our disposal, we've yet to identify the underlying principle of this empathic effect. And there are other mysteries besides. Although the flower is extraordinarily long-lived, its low reproductive rate has made it difficult to find younger populations growing in the wild. With too few sightings to map its distribution, and no closely related species to track, we've been unable to pinpoint its land of origin. To further complicate matters, every culture, even dimly aware of its existence, has given it a different name and mythos. Our attempts to study it via the historical record have been an exercise in frustration. As an avid botanist myself, I should one day like to unravel the Heartbloom's secrets. But I'm afraid other duties must take precedence. I will leave you to your thoughts.
Have you learned aught of interest? A flower that reacts to one's feelings? Strange. I must say, I have never heard of such a thing.
This is all very fascinating. But as it stands, we failed to gain any significant insight into the Forum's undertaking.
I mean, you could go to your dad and just let me use the giant scythe behind me.
Indeed. While there is certainly enough activity to support Erenville's supposition that a priority has been placed on improving food production, unfortunately for our investigation, these workers were never informed as to how their duties serve the master plan.
If only we could interrogate the Forum members directly. Isn't that the entrance to the Archaean? Look, there. I think that's Erenville.
A little difficult to tell from here, but I think you're right. He did say he was coming down to make his report.
Erenville receives his orders from the Forum. Would it not follow, then, that the superior to whom he reports is a Forum member, or at least a close associate?
You mean to eavesdrop on their conversation? What of the risks?
Ours alone to bear. We won't interfere with Erenville's work, nor will he be implicated as an accomplice. If you're not comfortable taking part, I can do this alone.
Nay. I said myself that I wished to know Father's intentions, and no answers will be forthcoming should we simply ask nicely.
We can apologize later, should it come to it. Right now, we need every crumb of information we can get our hands on. Consequences be damned.
It might be best if you came along as well. In fact, we should all... Cryle?
Oh, yes. That certainly sounds like a plan.
I'm glad you agree.
Quickly! Erenville is on the move. We need to get closer before we lose him.
Time for the sneaky.
almost reach you.
Is Croft feeling unwell? I've never seen her so distracted. Keep an eye on her, but keep moving too. We cannot let our course slip away. Out of her sight. Erinvel was headed westward along the path outside the Archaeon. Come, we can still catch him. Hold a moment, I have an idea. Filmer serves that colossal wall-like structure is Logisticon Beta, one of Labyrinthos' climate control centers. It should have its own lifts, with which one could access the upper or lower tiers. If I were an agent of the Forum, it would make for a convenient meeting place. But even if we happen to find Erinvel in the company of said agent, we cannot expect them to reveal issues of importance as we nonchalantly stroll past. Nay, we shall have to remain undetected. If only Graha and his vanish spell were here. Oh, but there are other ways of turning invisible. Hippity hop, my little toads. Goodness! I hate you for this. Unaccustomed transfiguration. Worry not, it will wear off with the passage of time. I hate your shoulder right now. This is giving me FF7R vibes and the last time. I hate that fight. I hate those fights. I suggest you and your green companions hop along and catch up with Erinvel. Should you feel the magic's fading, return to me and I'll refresh the enchantment. And what am I to do in the meantime? Wait here with me. In your current state of mind, you'd be as likely to leap into the jaws of a predator as you would learn anything of note. Which reminds me, where are the creatures hereabouts? In that form, you are essentially defenseless. Your turn for transfiguration say if you move too far away, look to your map for the transfigure area of effect. Seek with your soul is still a prolonged transfiguration. Ribbit, ribbit, ribbit. Alpha Toad and Alley Toad are now accompanying you. Keep them at your side in order to proceed with questions. I hate that! I hate that nickname! You can leave your quest pads behind by entering a different area, put it to... Okay, we get it. Alfie Toad and Alley Toad. I hate it. I hate it, I hate it, I hate it. Nope, 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 nope. Going back down, going back down, going back down. Nope, not doing it, not doing it. I refuse. It was the wrong way anyway? Bro, I'm just trying to not be lunch.
I trust you will find your compensation to be more than satisfactory. We wish to make clear that we are pleased with the efficiency and thoroughness of your work. So much so that we have come bearing new tasks in need of your competent hand.
Another lengthy list.
Interesting.
If I may speak frankly, the Gleaners have been pushed to the point of collapse by your unending demands. We are not familiars to be exploited. We are Sharlayan scholars, and we deserve an explanation for this unseemly treatment. What warrants such urgency?
In an age long past, Sharlayan was charged with a momentous duty. And now that word of the final days hangs heavy in the air, the time has come for us to fulfill that charge. I can say no more, but I promise you this. All will be revealed in due course. And when it has, you will understand that your toil was in service to the greatest good.
Oh no! It's Gellert Grindelwald and Albus Dumbledore. Great. Again, can I just, just...
Then I will do your bidding. For now. But unless you wish the Gleaners to rise up in protest, I advise you to offer tangible improvements for our working conditions. Your promised revelation does nothing to address present circumstances.
It's like, look, man, they're about to revolt. Like, you might want to do something.
A fair point. Your concerns will be conveyed to the Forum.
I hope that was informative. You may consider my debt to you repaid in full.
Let's go! He knew!
While I do have my reservations about the Forum, I want to believe that they have our best interests at heart. which is why I'm reassured that you're busy sniffing out the truth of things. We can ill afford to place all our eggs in one basket, this master plan of theirs, without first understanding the risks involved.
Man's new.
Wait! How did you know it was us?
If you mean to impersonate a toad, try studying the real thing. And don't try to fool an expert.
I blame you, Stola. Suppose we should have known a gleaner who specializes in animal procurement would not be so easily deceived. Yet he seemed inclined to put his trust in us all the same. More importantly, perhaps, we discovered a new piece of the puzzle, this momentous duty the former agent mentioned. Charlene has been called to action, and the Lafore's declaration was the catalyst. Whatever charge it is they hope to fulfill, they made of sufficient import to disrupt all of Labyrinthos, not to mention ignore Aeor's request for aid. Oh, is the scene coming? Oh, I think we're gonna get the big boy scene. And staring off to the direction Erenville departed, a thoughtful look on her face. What duty could warrant the direct involvement of the forum and the commitment of all its resources? Judging by what we just heard, none of the gleaners were offered any kind of explanation. At this point, it seems abundantly clear that we'll learn nothing new by pressing them further. We should head back to Stola and Kryl for the moment and see what they think of this. I think Stola is about to lay down the word. I press the jump button and I no fly. Welcome back. I trust you found Erenville then. We did more than that. Interesting. I had a feeling you would learn something important, even if that something was simply confirmation that no one knows much of anything. We should share this with Kryl, then discuss how we'd like to proceed. So we would find her back at the farm. She was still behaving oddly, so I bade her return and rest there. Perhaps not the best decision in hindsight. Would you mind checking near those flowers she was entranced by? The rest of us could survey the more distant areas just in case she decided to wander. I am very concerned about Kryl. I'm just gonna cheat. I'm not gonna look around for the entrance. That's just dumb. That's literally why I refused to get, like, it was just like, oh, hey, yeah, if you want to get to the ether current, you gotta go to the opposite side of the map, and then, from there, you gotta... I was just like, no, I'm not doing any of that. Okay, I made a wrong turn. Oh my lord. Ayo, is there like an exit out? I need to figure out how to get back down. Oh my... I was too far down, now I'm too far up. She's somewhere. Oh, fuck's sake. I need to go through the cave again. You hear how I was saying I wish we could fly here and not have to chase down ether currents for no reason besides to annoy the ever-living crap out of the players. Certain types of players, I should say, you know. Because, like, what's the point of this? I could have just up and then straight. But no, I have to go up, I have to go all the way up and around and make loop-de-loops. There's a convenience factor here. Or, I guess, a lack of convenience factor. I know people will defend it, but, like, there actually really is no reason for this. Like, there's legitimately no reason for this. Besides to inconvenience the player. I'm sure there was probably a better way to do it than teleporting up, but like, bro, I'm not. I literally went down by jumping because it was just the most convenient way to do it. And then again, this whole just go after Cryo. Why should I do it? Of course, this could have all been solved if they had like an etherite shard. You know. What am I gonna do with this game? And it's my channel's main game currently. Ugh. The only game currently.
For you, the spell will keep it from wilting. She said you would need it for the journey ahead. Will you speak with her now? I cannot hope to match Minfilia's clarity, of course, but...
Thank you. Do not worry. She has lent me her body for only a moment.
I'm about to go off and kill a primal.
Just as I could not save the first from the flood of light, it has become arduous for me to interact with the physical world without assistance. Though I might converse with you for a time, the incorporeal form I assumed on the ship would be incapable of casting even the simplest enchantment. It is in the depths of the ethereal sea, the place to which all life returns, where my influence is greatest.
Ayo, I'm about to slay a primal. I'm actually about to slay a primal just on sheer principle.
After Minfilia's sacrifice on the first, it was to the sea, here in the source, where I ferried her soul. I wished that gentle spirit to find rest in the world she loved so well. Her, and another who may yet have a part to play, though that will depend on you. Take the flower, walk free, for you are free to go where you wish, to believe what you will. That bloom will be your guide, test and proof of your conviction. In darkness, seek joy. Surrender not to sadness, and see beyond despair. Walk free, and bear the light for others to follow. Together, raise it aloft and let it shine, till the end, blinding and radiant.
That was all too brief. Already she seems so far away. My apologies if I startled you. Ever since we began our descent into Labyrinthos, I had sensed another's will, straining to reach out. Even with my particular talents, though, I was unable to make a connection at first, so weak and tenuous it was. Once I took hold of that wispy thread, imagine my surprise to discover it was Heidelin herself. Needless to say, it seemed wise to learn what we could before letting go. Her answers were more cryptic than I would have liked, but at least she left us with a guide of sorts, that unusual flower. Yes, we are definitely making progress.
You can't be serious! We've done nothing wrong!
Oh! It's Lord Asshole.
Master Fortuno, what business has the Forum with us?
Obstruction and suppression, apparently.
Mistress Baldessian, our records show you facilitated the Scions' entrance into Sharlayan by claiming them as assistants for your organization. We are aware of your investigations. After alerting the major institutions to the presence of potential troublemakers, we received word from an Archean custodian. A group operating under the auspices of the students, skulking about Labyrinthos and engaging in clandestine behavior.
Clandestine? We may not have entered Sharlayan as Scions, but we did naught to conceal our identities. Our only purpose in this city is to seek the truth. I can think of no reason why our actions should warrant the Forum's intervention.
'Tis not our way to discourage the pursuit of knowledge, but the timing of such pursuits must be considered, not to mention their potential impact.
So... can I kill him now?
With the world in chaos, we, the true caretakers of wisdom, have committed ourselves to an undertaking that demands the utmost discretion. And we will not risk its success by turning a blind eye to disruptive foreign elements in our midst.
What, then, is to be our fate? Will you put us on a ship back to Eorzea?
The Forum will convene to examine your case. The results of said inquiry will determine your future in this city. As for your absent companion, he has already been detained.
Graha! But why? Is reading a crime now, too?
Reading is encouraged, celebrated even. Not, however, of the volumes shelved in the restricted section of the library.
Refusing to comply will only make matters worse. Let us instead treat this as an opportunity to open a dialogue with the Forum.
Joy!
Silence is often one's best defense. I would advise against prolonging the proceedings with frivolous discourse. But enough. This is not the place for debate. The rostra await.
Oh boy. Oh, it's been 2 hours. Oops. Pause and stretch. Pause and stretch, chat. If you're watching the VOD, pause and stretch.
Forgive me. I was careless.
We would have been detained regardless. This way, at least, we managed to stay together. I trust your time within the Forbidden Archives was well spent.
Hey!
The forum will come to order. This inquiry is now in session. As Speaker-elect, I will be presiding over the day's proceedings. Master Fortuner, would you be so kind as to restate the matter which compelled you to summon your colleagues with such urgency?
As you are all aware, we recently denied Eorzea's request for Sharlayan assistance. Since then, certain individuals dissatisfied with our decision have taken it upon themselves to interfere with our work. They entered our nation masquerading as associates of the students of Baldessian. But these malcontents are better known as the Scions of the Seventh Dawn. These militants wield influence with both the Eorzean and Eastern alliances, and are inextricably involved with the crises presently afflicting the world at large. Loose in our city, these warmongers sought to meddle with and expose matters of state secret. What are they, if not a dire threat to be expelled?
So, when can I kill this dude?
You have tarnished the good name of the students. Galuf would be ashamed.
Galuf Baldessian was never one to forsake his fellow man. Even if this nation closed every door and retreated from the world, he would have found a way to help the Scions, help every soul of this star fight back against the coming doom.
So what actually is her last name then?
A terrible enemy stands poised to lay waste to all we hold dear. In the face of such madness, Eorzea reached out to Sharlayan, a respected ally, in the hopes of forming a united front. Was your curt dismissal truly the best you could offer? Or are you so preoccupied with your momentous duty of an age long past that even the end of the world is unworthy of your attention?
Whence came this revelation?
From the mouth of a forum member within fortuitous earshot.
Oh, even I don't have my head.
then it seems your findings support my own. The reason I visited the restricted shelves was to study records of the Forum's policymaking process, to better understand the historical trends underlying their most major decisions. At first glance, the positions of neutrality in war and the accumulation of knowledge above all else appear constant and consistent, the unchanging pillars of Sharlayan society. And once upon a time, I might have left it at that. These days, however, I am more attuned to the subtleties of governance, and so I noticed something odd. From a particular point in time, the purpose of these policies shifted. No longer was knowledge preserved for the benefit of society. Rather, society was to be gradually reshaped to ensure the preservation of knowledge.
That.
The most conspicuous and telling change was the one which befell Labyrinthos. Once little more than an oversized storehouse, an enormous allocation of funds saw it transformed into an advanced research and archival facility. I also discovered a fascinating account on the finances of our Dravanian colony. The settlement attracted students from far and wide, and the connections and tuition fees thus acquired were funneled into further improvements for the archives. Now, there is no question that our nation's progress is tied to the acquisition of wisdom. Nevertheless, the vast resources diverted for this purpose borders on the obscene. But returning to the matter of when, our change in course appears to have been made some 270 years ago.
The very same period when Sharlayan scholars in the hinterlands began a formal study of the ethereal sea. You found something, did you not? And whatever it was, gave rise to your oh-so-important duty.
Mind your tongue, Archon. If you had seen...
Yes. We are bound by a duty we cannot ignore. Knowing this, what would you have us do? Abandon our vital work and join you on the field of battle? We will never choose the way of the sword. We will fulfill our mission not through strife and bloodshed, but survival. Come what may, we shall live on. We must.
Do as you must, then. But we Scions will fight until the heavens fall, until our last breath.
Cowardice is the
Such misguided zeal.
Cowardice is the, what's the word? The actions of a fool in this particular instance, because there is no survival if the world is gone. Damn, 99 idiots.
Father, Master Fortuner, I fail to understand the stance you have elected to take. But by the same token, I have yet to find a compelling argument to counter the challenge you put to us in Gridania. Still, in the midst of my uncertainty, I must trust in myself to do what is right, as others have chosen to trust in me. So I will continue, as I always have, weighing the consequences of my every action, and allowing my hope for the future to inform my decisions.
That's quite enough. Have you all forgotten the reason for this assembly?
Skolok Monteshane. He's the head of the studium and an old friend of my grandfather's.
Honestly, every discussion devolves into some interminable debate. Terrible habit. Let's return to the topic at hand,
Which topic? The part where we're here because y'all are a bunch of idiots, or the one where because y'all are a bunch of idiots, you're gonna kick us out? It seems we're still on the topic of at hand, which is to say, you're all a bunch of idiots. I see no change in topic. You're all a bunch of idiots. That's still the discussion.
By their own admission, these scions have resolved to fight alongside the Eorzean nations against the doom which swift approaches. But there exists no evidence of an attempt to incite our citizens to do the same.
Yeah.
Furthermore, while our decision may well have been the correct one, we cannot simply bull our way through these disagreements without inviting doubts or objections. Put yourselves in their place. Who among you would leave a tome unopened if an elder forbid you read it with no reason given? Now, if we're to quell further discontent, then we must conclude this matter with a fair and even hand.
Or prove you aren't idiots. Tell us what the fuck is going on. Because, look, if we understand their reasonings, then maybe they're not idiots. But as it stands, they're 99 idiots. Or 98, possibly.
Order! We will have order! Master Monteshane raises some valid points. Keeping such concerns in mind, I propose we enforce the following measures.
Can we just sink the entire island and just say fuck it? Like, clearly they're not of any help. Can we just sink the entire island and just say fuck it?
Until further notice, the students of Baldessian are to cease any and all activities within the domain of Sharlayan.
Like I said, can we just sink the island?
You will also refrain from any further investigation into the Forum's decisions and duties. Failure to comply with these restrictions will result in the immediate expulsion of your Scion associates. Let us put this judgment to a vote. All in favor, raise your hand.
I feel like it's gonna be like an even split, possibly?
I count 51 for and 48 against. The proposal is passed.
Just barely. Oh. So, 51 idiots? We suddenly have half idiots, half not? Okay.
Students, Scions, you have heard the Forum's judgment. Pray abide by it, or face the consequences. Honored members, I thank you for your time. This inquiry is concluded.
Yeah. Yeah. The big idiots are the big idiots. Well, at least we've been allowed to remain in the city, and our endless investigations have not been in vain. We now know that this mysterious duty of theirs began with whatever the form discovered in the ethereal sea. With our freedom so sorely curtailed, however, we will struggle to learn aught more of substance here in Charlotte. The overall picture has grown clearer, yes, but that's in spite of the forum being so maddeningly vague about this duty of theirs. Why are they so reluctant to explain their actions in plain words? Survival come what may. His father's work so vital that it takes precedence over his own family. Alphino, Alize, it is you. When I heard you'd been dragged before the forum, I came as swiftly as I could. I'm so very glad they allowed you to stay. Mother? Hey. At your service. And you find people must be the signs of the seventh dawn. How lovely it is to finally meet you. I'm gonna skip over her name until they say it. Mother, please, we don't wish to make things difficult for you. If word reaches father that you were here... Oh, bother that. Am I to be chastised for speaking with my own children? I am well aware that you and Master Fortuno are not on the best of terms at the moment, but I've been absolutely desperate to see my darlings again. You will come by the house, won't you? I have gifts waiting. The timing couldn't be better. As matters stand, we shan't be going anywhere until we discuss matters with Thancred's group and reconsider our options. Go visit your home. We will be back at the annex when you are ready to join us. I'm not sure we... John, what do you think? John, the John Phoenix, so what a splendid day this has turned out to be. Champion of Eorzea, I insist that you join us. Well, fuck! I was about to respond with, have fun! And dip, but apparently I'm going. We must be quick about it, not for my own benefit, but should my husband return and find you enjoying our hospitality, servants will be made to suffer the consequences. Oh joy! Joy, if you would be so kind as to escort my children to the estate. Oh, are you kidding me? I hate you. I hate you. They're actually gonna make me walk. I was just gonna teleport. And then she was gone. No, there any opportunity to protest. Indeed, the matter is settled. Enjoy yourselves, you three. Traitors! Traitors! Well, mother's not one to take no for an answer, still I'm glad. Relieved even to see her in such high spirits. What say you, John? Though it seems we shall have little enough time to enjoy it, will you accompany us on our visit home? There we go, then let's get it over with. We'll be sure to stay in the entrance hall. No peeking into our private chambers. Thank you very much. Why ever not? Your room was always perfectly neat and tidy. Everyone has things they'd rather keep to themselves, don't they? Cherish mementos you couldn't bring yourself to throw away, childhood toys. I mean, never mind. Levier Estate is that way, straight down the stairs. Come on. Blah, blah. Here you are, lass. Please do come in.
Welcome
home,
home,
my
my lady.
Could have said her name.
What? What are you gawping at?
You're rich.
I'll have you know I'm quite fond of the Rising Stones.
Lord Fortuneau is not to hear of this visit. And I should also like the children to have their gifts, ere my husband makes his return.
As you wish, my lady.
Master Alphino, Mistress Alice, if you would accompany me upstairs.
We shan't be long.
Bro, the scythe I'm carrying is longer than I am tall. And my character's 6 foot. I wish I was 6 foot.
The twins have been sending letters home from time to time, recounting their latest adventures. I am sure they withhold certain details, of course, if only to keep me from worrying. Yet a mother worries all the same. In the early days especially, I tried to support them as best I could, sending the Scion's coin and other such donations. Fortunately, they have found the strength to overcome adversity time and time again. Their words grow more confident with every letter, their depictions more vivid. The triumphs and defeats, the joys and sorrows. It is clear that they have come to find value in every experience. But of those they treasure most, it would seem that meeting you might be the most impactful. Why, since that fateful day, I do believe there has not been a single missive in which you were not mentioned by name. "'Tis plain they care for you, and I am glad they have such a steadfast companion watching over them. Under normal circumstances, I would offer you tea, but alas, these are anything but. In any event, why don't you keep me company whilst we await my children's return? Perhaps you might regale me with a tale or two of your
exploits, sorry. Hey, let's talk to her about Orcus. That seems like a fun story.
When you mentioned gifts, I wasn't sure what to expect. Mother,
Oh, look how well it fits you. And the style is to your liking?
It's perfect. Exactly what I would have chosen. But please, tell me you had something different made for Alphino.
Naturally. You are hardly little children anymore. And while I shall miss dressing you in those precious matching outfits, I must respect the individuals you have grown to become.
Yes, one scholar summoner hybrid, and the other just a red mage.
See for yourself.
Thank you for the splendid clothes, Mother. stylish, comfortable, and eminently practical.
I am so glad you like them. They are, however, missing one final touch.
If you would allow me, Master Alphino.
This man got an upgrade!
Wait. Are these...
A sage's tools of the trade. They belonged to your father.
Well then!
Though he may as well be chained to his desk these days, as a student he was often called upon to venture into the field. He wielded those armaments, both to heal and to harm in no few battles. None so fierce as those you two have braved, perhaps, but battles nonetheless. Thus did I pull them out of storage, to show you that he was not always the man who stands in vehement opposition to you now.
Okay. So he was once intelligent and is now an idiot. Fair enough, it has happened at times. You know, probably hit his head in one too many fights.
And also because it would be a terrible waste of ridiculously expensive House Leveilleur commissioned artistry. I am told these devices are quite difficult to master, but someone of your extensive experience should soon have them darting about with grace and aplomb. May the wisdom in that crystal serve you well. And please, try to find common ground with your father, that you might come and go without need for this awful subterfuge.
I half expect the man to walk in and just be like... just sigh and then just move on.
We will, Mother. I promise.
My final gifts to you, before you run off, are an observation and a suggestion. Firstly, Fortunato has ever been a serious man, but it was only after you were born that he truly lost himself in his work.
Is the suggestion to be better parents than him? Because I don't...
I may not know the Forum's inner workings, but I know your father's. The timing of that change in him holds some significance. Secondly, do not seek to best your father with words. Far better that you simply show him. Let him discover the merit of your actions, after they cannot be undone.
Okay.
Oh, Mother.
So exactly
we shall take your wisdom to heart. Thank you again for these gifts, and farewell for now.
Okay, okay.
Safe travels, my children. Eat well, stay warm, and keep your friends close.
I'm assuming we also shouldn't stab them with a blade of light as well. Oh, the many regrets of Shadowbringers. The one regret of Shadowbringers, I should say. I actually do need to change the frequency that the spoiler message drops in chat. Will I? Yes. When? I don't know. Thank you for indulging your mother's request. I can see it meant a lot to her, and I shall refrain from inquiring as to the content of your private conversation. Our visit was all too brief for now, however, it will have to suffice as are these tokens of home that we carry with us. These gifts to help us remember who we are and whence we came. But of sentimentality, let us return to the annex and rejoin our companions. I don't know how long it'll take to do the Thavnair quest chain with Thancred and Oreange. But that is a question for tomorrow, because I'm not doing it today. One, my palms are really sweaty. Two, I have a video to record. And yeah, that's actually why. I got an unboxing video to record for the non-gaming channel. Look, I gotta make content for you all. Anyway, I will be back tomorrow. Wait, no, I need to finish the quest first. Then I can say I'm going back tomorrow. But yeah, I'll be back tomorrow with the Thavnair quest line, the first dungeon, and maybe the second dungeon. Enjoy your time with the Leviers, I hope. I asked how the twins fared, but their new outfits tell the tale. I only hope we can help them to reconcile with their father, that they might return home one day with their heads held high. In the meantime, we edge ever closer to the secret the Forum strives to hide, and the flower bequeathed to you by Heidelin is sure to guide us going forward. I'm confident that once you've scouted out the situation in Thavnair, we will be well equipped to plot out our next move. But yeah, as I said, that will be it. I will be back tomorrow. For those watching on YouTube, I hope you enjoyed, and hit like and subscribe if you haven't. Also, I'm supposed to tell you to hit the bell as well, apparently. But yeah, I'm gonna do that, I guess. Bye-bye.